Alright. One. Hold on. Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly what I wanted, you know? Big giant stupid window. Right. That's not the right one. I think I read somewhere it helps if you plug these in. Okay, let's try again. Oh, we're here. Okay, well, welcome to this live stream with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire, coming at you from the home of the web development revolution here at YouTube. And this is going to be a public live stream. Normally I do members only live streams, but we have a couple of glitches have been reported over the last 24 hours. And whenever there are glitches or bugs or anything like that, if possible, I like to be as present as I can be. And there's no better way of doing that than being here, you know? It means that if anybody has any challenges or anything like that, they can see that I'm here and stuff is happening and everything is fine, you know? Having said that, we have to say a huge thank you to Simon. That's Dafa, Dafa, you'll see him around. He has been right on top of this and he's carried out a few fixes during the night, and we might even be perfectly fine just now. So I thought it would, of course we give thanks to him, but I thought it would be nice and perhaps useful to come on anyway and also tell you a little bit of news about some stuff I've been working on and how I think that this has implications for the Trongate Desktop App. So let me give you the vibe. I've been doing this job lately. I landed a part-time gig and it has been pretty good. Now let me just move you across here, will you? There we go. So I've landed this part-time gig and they use Joomla. And I've been pretty much trying to learn Joomla the last few days, you know. And this is, of course, a content management system. And it has been really interesting because there's a lot of things about Joomla. Well, the negatives are, I think some of it's a little bit over-engineered. I think some of it's kind of old-fashioned, and I think some of it is inflexible. So, for example, if you want to do a MongoDB or something with Joomla, I wouldn't know where to start, you know. It's like you get MySQL and Joomla, and that's your vibe, and it's somewhat rigid that way. And I don't really want that, you know. Trongate is a framework. It's not a content management system. However, there are a few things that Joomla has done really, really well. And it kind of got me thinking. You see, this place that I'm at, they're very, very paranoid about security here. I mean, they've given me this laptop that is, well, it's a case of like if I want to install anything, I have to get permission and have somebody from as far as I can tell, there has to be a convention to see if you can have permission to add anything to the laptop. They're super, super paranoid, you know. And because they're so paranoid, I had gone in here and said, well, I wouldn't mind Sublime Text, you know. And apparently that's not acceptable. Now, Sublime Text is in the top 5 text editors in the world. It's a very credible company. Go anywhere and search for top 5 text editors and you'll see Sublime Text show up everywhere. I'll prove it. So there it is, third Sublime Text. It appears everywhere. And yet, this organisation that I'm at, in their infinite wisdom, decided that it was too risky to get Sublime Text. And then when I mentioned the Trongate Desktop App, of course, no chance. Like, no chance at all. Now, the key takeaway is, and I hope you're paying attention, that when you go into large corporations, some of them are extremely paranoid about, I don't know what the phrase is, but let's just say they're paranoid about only downloading trusted software, and they've literally got a list of software that they trust, and if your stuff is not on that list, you are screwed. Now obviously the Trongate Desktop App's not on that list, right? So that means that if somebody goes into, if somebody lands a job with, let's say, JP Morgan or something, and they want to use the Trongate Desktop App, they're probably screwed, And that is a real downer. So keep that in mind. Now the other thing to keep in mind is, I heard a podcast about a month ago with a couple of dudes from England, and they were having a go at Trongate, the usual, the usual kind of garbage that we've become accustomed to. And one of the things that they said in this podcast was that Trongate has no, I'm quoting them, it has no features. Now here's the Trongate homepage, and I'm seeing features everywhere. These are all features. I've got video demos and everything. It's the only framework in the world that has a graphical query builder.
By just
at least it gives you a
selecting, choose the kind of.
There's no other framework that has that. We've got a gazillion features. Obviously the App Store, the Module Import Wizard, the Code Generator, and it goes on and on and on. The API Manager. So we have features all over the place, and yet here's these guys on this particular podcast saying it has no features. And what I realised is two things. First of all, there's a lot of people not using the desktop app. And secondly, the features that we've got, some of the best features that we've got, are hidden. You have to wonder how many people must have downloaded the Trongate framework and looked around and said there's nothing here. Little do they know that there's API managers and everything going on, pop-up calendars, you name it. All sorts of JavaScript libraries and a CSS library. I mean, it's loaded with features and people don't know it's there. Now that brings me back on to Joomla. One of the things that I noticed that Joomla was good at was when they do the admin panel. I mean, first of all, I think it's a really good admin panel that they've got. I mean, it just looks nice, right? This is the admin panel that's like the one I've been working on. Here it is here. Now hold on a second. That's kind of what it's like here. Okay, this is what it looks like. And what they've done with Joomla is they've got all of the features right there in the admin panel. So for example, we've got a module called Trongate Users. Well, if this was Joomla, they would have, see how it's got User Manager on the right hand side? So it's not hidden. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's right there if you want it. And I think it's really, really great, actually. I think it's really, really great. So the idea that I'm wrestling with, and I'm probably going to be doing, is why don't we just retire the Trongate Desktop App, and we can instead have the Trongate Desktop App incorporated into an admin panel. So we can have exactly the same features, even the same font, everything. The experience will be exactly and precisely the same. But the difference is you won't need to download a desktop app. And that means that if somebody goes and gets that job with JP Morgan or somebody, they won't need to have an IT convention or something every time somebody wants to use the code generator, because it'll all be built into the framework. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I think it is. Now do me a favour, would you? Let me know if you're here. I'm going to just type ahoy. Give me an ahoy if you can hear me, will you? Because there's a few people around, but you're all a little bit quiet. And gets me a bit paranoid. Hang on, I need to plug in. Give me just a wee second. I'll be right back. Alright, hang on a wee second. Okay, so yeah, so I really like that idea, and I think that could be the way to go, you know, because like I say, it means that we solve two problems. It means you get access to the desktop app without having to get permission and install things and all of that. It's just there. And the other thing is it puts all of our cool features up front and center stage. Now, allow me just a moment, won't you? Till I check something out. So, you see this theme here? I put quite a lot of work into this. And I think it turned out really good. I like it. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make this one right here. I'm probably going to make this the main admin. I don't know. I would certainly like to have some kind of a more advanced admin panel, you know. So let me just see here. Okay. I'm literally just trying to get ideas, you know. Right, give me a wee minute. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? That looks really nice. Now, if you think about our bootstrappy thing, I'm gonna have to figure out how to design this. I do like the look of this, I have to tell you. There was a whole lot that I got right, you know. Alright. I think let's have a wee... Let me just take a moment to consider the features that we might want here. Now hold on a second. Okay, so if we think about our own admin panel, we're going to have user management. We're going to have, now think about the Trongate Desktop App here. We've got create new module. Let's go with the image uploader. Let's go with query builder. Let's go with API Explorer. Let's do delete module. Let's do module market. Now tighten these up. Okay. Let's try module relations. Yeah, we've done user management already. Pages, which is a new content management system that I'm making. And then as well as that, so that's 9 of these things. But as well as that, we could add in some links. So we could have a link to the module market, help bar, let's have a wee think here. So that's saying help, extensions, components, menus. Docs, that would be a link. Learning zone, that'd be a link. Now let's imagine if we put I think that's it. I think that's it. Now the question then is how do we map that out? I think I know how. I think I know exactly how. Right. I do know how. I know how to do this. So let me do this then. I'm going to call it new admin. And I'm going to just generate this thing. Okay. How you doing, Simon? I got up really early. I got up at 5 a.m. today, and it's very good to see you. It's really great to see you, and I hope you got my messages on Skype. And just to fill you in, I'm probably gonna, I'm gonna try something here with regards to our admin panel, because I don't know if you heard the start of this video or not, but the case for retiring the desktop app is overwhelming. And if we can have all of that stuff going on with our own desktop app, it would be really, really great, you know? So let me just muck around with this for a minute, if you would. And I'm going to just see if we can do something with this. I know that it's almost like we're drowning in stuff lately. But you never know. Maybe something good could come of this. So do you know what the funny thing is? That's actually quite a good admin panel in a funny way. Because see these links up here that are doing nothing. Kokoras is here. Hello to you. I'm going to be asking for your feedback during this quite a lot, actually. So, do you see how we've got these links here at the top that do nothing? They say things like, you know, logo and all of that here. I wonder if we should make it so that they link to the help bar and things like that. Do you know what I mean? Or should we just go with this bootstrappy one? It's just a better admin panel, if you ask me. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add the bootstrappy one in and probably make that the default. Because it is, there's no question, it's a better admin panel, you know. Okay, I'll just make sure that we agree with that, right? So we've got the default one, and then we've got this bootstrappy. Now I know that they both could be rubbish, but I'm going to be using one of them at least as a starting point. So this is the default admin panel. This is the one. But the bootstrappy one is the one that looks like this. You can get it from the module market, and it's just I think it's a bit better looking, you know. Aye, it is a bit better looking. So what I think I'll do is let me think here. Let's browse this module market. And I'll go like this. And I'll go like this. Okay, so we've just downloaded a thing by the name of Bootstrappy. Now if we head to, and I'll open up the site that was just generated. Alright, thank you to whomever voted there, I appreciate that. Right, so do you see how this is saying template admin? All we do is that, and check this out. Immediately I'll open it in a new window. That gives us that, and that is pardon me, that is unquestionably a better admin. Now what I think I'm gonna do, oh, Jim is here. How you doing, Jim? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the start was some key stuff, you know. Right, so I think I think we should give them yeah, I'm going to make a new folder. I'm going to call it Trongate Dashboard, and all of the modules that come with the framework will start with Trongate something. So what we'll do is something like this. Now if we yeah, so if we go like that and then say let's call it super admin. Now I know that there's a lot to be said for the new fancy stuff, right? But let's just be cool for the moment, and we'll call this thing Trongate Dashboard, and I'll go into the bootstrappy thing, which could become, you never know. So let's just say Trongate Dashboard just for the moment. Super admin. Now you can see that it's saying hi there, right? So what we would then do is something like the following. Alright, cheers Simon. Cheers Simon. And I apologise if I seem a bit in the zone with this. Hopefully we can catch up on Skype at some point. I just want to muck around with this for just a wee minute, if that's okay. Alright. So I'll say data view module is that. And then we'll do this. Okay. Now, if we have a wee look at something like, say, this tasks thing here. Okay, so you can see that we get a headline. I mean, it basically just goes straight into the stuff, you know? So what we could do then is something like this. So we could do a little H1 and we'll just say dashboard. You could even potentially go like this. Oops. Well, I certainly messed that up. Hold on. Jeez, oh. Well, all of that worked, and I think it looks kind of rubbish. But what I was thinking was maybe there's a case for doing like a grid or something like that, you know? Like the way this thing is here. See the way that is? So this could actually be really cool. So you could have, let me have a look here. Yeah, I really like that. So we could have a grid. Let me have a look just again. Hang on. Yep. Okay, let's see if we can do something with this. So around about here we'll have let me think. What's a good way to express like a div with, how do they do this with other frameworks? Hold on a second. Okay, I like this. I'm just trying to see what their syntax is. So row 7 columns, 5 columns. All right. Okay, I'll call it 7 call, and then underneath I'll go with 5 call. Now let me just have a little refresh. Okay, so here I'll do a wee bit of styling directly on the page. So I'll just say that the okay. Maybe do something like that. Or main, maybe. So I could say something like, it's all a bit stupid, right? But suppose we said display is flex, flex direction is row, and then you could say align items flex start, and then justify content space between. So that sends these things to 2 different sides here. Then when we get our 7 call, well, let's just do one other thing. We'll say that dashboard main, if it's a div, let's just give it a background color that's like that. Okay, so in the case of 7 call, let's just say that the width is let me think here. You know what? I'll just say 60%. Okay, I've had myself a couple of ideas. Let's take this out. Forget about the 7.5, and instead maybe we could go like this. Now again, I'm just kind of just trying to get my head around this stuff. Alright, so if I now say width is, let's say 60, and then here 40, no, it's not working. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try something else. Let's say, try something a bit easier. Display is grid. I'm going to say grid template columns. Okay, how about that? Ah, that's a wee bit better. That is a bit more like it. So what we're going to try and do then is get something that looks a bit more like this, you know? So inside this first one here, we're going to say I'll call this admin icons, something like that maybe. Alright, now I can see that we've got 4. Let me just do a wee for loop here. Okay, and we'll just kind of try and imagine that we've got these little divs here, and each of the divs, it looks like each div has got a picture followed by some text. So if we go back here and refresh, we get that. Okay. Now, let's see if we can do something with this. So we'll say admin icons. Let's go with width of 100%. Display is grid. Grid, template columns, repeat. So we get 4 times for each one, and then I'm going to just say grid gap is 1em. So now you can see we've got the beginnings of a grid here. Then for our direct descendant divs, I can see a little border, I can see a white background. So let me just say background color is that. Height, I'll just hard code something in here. Okay. Now let's say, as well as that, we'll say that the border is 1 pix, all the 3s. What else can we do? Right, that looks like it's got a little bit of curvature going on there. So border radius, let's say 6 pixels, which gives us that. So now we'll take this out and we'll do a wee bit of margin here. Okay, now each of these divs is going to be a display of flex, align item center, justify content center. Oh, hang on a second. Flex direction column, something like that. That's pretty cool. Border radius has to be reduced though. Okay. Now I'll bring the width down here with this thing. Right, they're really looking like squares as far as I can tell. So maybe let me chuck in a little max width here. Alright, so that gives us that. Now where it says dashboard up here, we might be able to say span smaller. Something like that. And then over on the right hand side, I'll just keep on mapping it out. Okay. Let me look at this. Okay. Hello, wee Coco. How you doing? Come on in, you. Alright. Coming up. I was going to put a thing on the right hand side. Pardon me. With links or something like that, but do we really need them? Do you know what I mean? Do we really need them? I don't think we do. What we could do instead is yeah, why don't we just take that thing out? Let's make life easy. We could probably take this out. And just try to think here. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go, and just make these actual working links, you know? So that might be a thing that we could do. So if we think about this little beauty here, we could say Okay. Right, so where it says customers, let's just see if we can figure this thing out here, right? So suppose we said user management. And suppose we took that and moved it upstairs here. And we'll build some kind of user admin panel, you know. Okay, so we get that. Then we could have yeah, so I know what we could do. Let's copy this. And we'll go like this. Yep, that's the way. I wonder if I can get like a little feather thing. No. Okay, employee of the month. Where is it? Right, Coco, settle down, you. Settle down, wee fella. Alright. What is a good font awesome icon for article? You can book's good. Let's try that one. Coco, you're being a pain in the neck here, you know? Nah, it's not right. Not feeling it with books. What else have we got? Nope. It's not quite there either. Alright, how you doing, Simon? Apologies if I'm just jumping straight into this and not into support or something heavy. I'm just... frankly, I think I'm just slightly miserable, you know. I've been working lately and I need to do something, you know, a little bit fun. So I'm just having a wee bit of something else to look at for a short while, if that's okay, because yeah, man, it's been a while since I've just done something that I enjoy doing, if you know what I mean. So I thought I would have a muck around with this. This might not even happen, this thing, do you know as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking maybe this whole thing's a bad idea, but at the end of the day, if people are going into workplaces and they're not able to download or use the desktop app, it's a huge problem, you know. And I think it would be good if we had a wee think about that. Right, I'll try file text O, right? File text O. I was saying earlier on, Simon, I'll be really glad to catch up with you on Skype at some point. I had just so you know, I had put out your thing, your pull request earlier on, and I appreciate your help with that, you know. Alright, let's just call this users. Now, what would be the other ones? Any idea, Coco? Do you know what they might be? Damn. I don't know about this. See, why not get these all working? Kinda makes sense, doesn't it? Makes perfect sense to me. So, you see how we've got a little shopping cart there? Maybe we could do something like this. And then here, I'm totally... None of this will see the light of day, I can feel it. So, module market. Aye. So if you think about the module market, you've kind of got two categories, right? You've got let's have a look here. Your uploaded items and then your downloaded items. So that's right. Okay. So if we think about something like that. And then here we could say oh, Coco, stop this. It's just doing my head in, this fucking I wonder if we could do that. So browse modules, your uploaded modules, your downloaded modules. Something like that. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. I've had this nagging feeling like there's something broken and I need to look at it right away, but this ain't no life, you know. And I just want to muck around with this stuff for a wee minute first. Right. Nah, it's too aggressive there. Do you know what I mean? I think it was better where it was. Shopping cart might not be the right symbol for that. So let's have a chat with the employee of the month. What would be a good font awesome icon for... Let's just go with that. No. Right, let's try this FA cube thing. What is the original intended purpose of the FA cube icon? Okay. Alright, well, we'll do that then. And then I think I'm going to do... You know what? I'm starting to feel quite good about this. Let's do one with articles. Let me just see here. Articles. So it's this here. Okay, so we could say new article, or maybe create new article. Yeah, that's the way to go. So we'll do that. We'll have create new article, and then we'll have so we could do that. That would be really great. Then, what would be a good font awesome icon for no chance. FA database. Alright, let's try that then. Okay, so let's go with graphical query builder. Can you see what I'm doing here? I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it so that everything is in one place. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so after that we could have something like API Explorer, let's say. So we know the drill, right? What would be a good icon for a RESTful API? So FA code. I think it's missed the point. I don't think any of those are working. I reckon we should go with something else. Let's see what we got here. That random thing is going to be good for module relations, I think, but we'll come on to that later. That looks good. Server, I like that. So let's try that one. Yep, that might be good. And I think that now that I've had a wee look at it, I think users should be user management. Okay, so we get that, we get API Explorer. That's good, isn't it? I think that's going to be quite good, because it puts everything that we've got front and center, you know. We'll change that to manage all users. So here would be create new user. Here would be manage existing users. Here would be can I ask, this is quite a big job, so here's something that I took a long time to ask. If I put this new admin on GitHub, would you be willing to help out? Open source vibe, you know? Because there's a lot to be done. So API Query Builder, this is the way to do it, innit? This is the way to do it. Right, okay, well somebody said yes, so I will upload this to GitHub shortly, okay? In fact, I might do it right now. Excuse me, I've got an itchy nose. Okay, I think, yeah, I think I might add it to GitHub right about now. Well, I'll wait till I've done a wee bit more work. I'm kind of in the groove here, but I appreciate that, and I'll take all the help I can get. That is really, really cool. Okay, excuse me, I got an itchy nose here. So dashboard, articles, module management, user management, API Explorer, query builder. After that, we get what? Yeah, so we've got image uploader. We've got, I suppose I could say code generator. And then module relations. So let's do that. Let's just say you know what? I think the way to do it is something like this. that's it. That's it. So create new module. So basically it's these options here. Oh, I've just noticed something. Bastard. Create new app. How does that go? We'd have to do a wizard for setting up the new app because we're kind of losing that stuff. So it would have to be, maybe we'll keep the desktop app. I had a feeling. Damn. Ah, geez, what can you do? What can you do, you know? See, I like that feature as well, but I could probably do that from within the app itself. Alright. Right, I'll keep running with this. So we'll have create new module, create module relation, create image uploader, then delete module. Okay, I'm going to take out user management. Maybe. How about developer resources? What would be a good icon for a link that says okay, let's have a wee look. No, we're not having any luck here. Okay, what would be a good icon for a link to an is it going to just say the link thing? It might. Yeah, I like that icon. Developer resources is fine. What did they call it in this thing? Okay. But developer resources probably should go downstairs, right? It should actually go above these two. It's not a good idea to have expanding menus near the bottom like that, you know? You want to move them high up if possible. Okay, so developer resources. I think I'll move that. I think that's going to look excellent. So the resources, what would they be? Well, probably now that is a million times better. That's really great. So what we've just done there is yep. That's really, really great. So we've brought everything in. Do you know what I mean? And this is going to make life just so much easier. And, you know, why not make them so that they're meaningful links, you know? No harm in that. No harm in that. Alright. And Simon has noticed a few glitches. Damn it. Alright. I suppose I had better look at that. Downer. It's such a downer, innit? But it's just the way it goes. Right, give me a wee minute, Simon. Just, I think we might need to meet up on. Would you be okay, maybe meeting up on Skype at some point? Would that be cool? Oh, thanks, Simon. That's great. There's no really any need to have the news there, is there? Probably not. So I think that looks good. That left side. Now this dashboard needs a wee bit of work here, but we can figure that out shortly. And I've got a good idea of what to do with that. And the answer is not buttons, by the way, but we can do something really, really cool with that. And you know what? Why don't we make life easy? Well, we've got code generator. Maybe we could just make that. Yeah, so I'm going to take out this thing. And I'm going to make the code generator a pop-up. So it's going to look exactly the same. It's just that it'll look precisely the same actually. So it's going to look like this thing. But it's going to be one of those modals, which is an awesome way to do this if you ask me, you know. I think that is going to be fantastic. I really do. So that's what we'll do. That'll be our default admin panel here. Thank you. Oh, I am programmers here. Okay. Module market. That is going to be really great. I can feel it. This is going to be fantastic. I can absolutely feel this, you know. Now I'm going to flip these two little beauties. That's brilliant. So, excuse me. So see where it says manage admin users? I'll change that to manage all users. Okay. Top right. Oh, you can't see it because of me. Maybe I should get this stupid camera off here. Alright, so on the top right, you can see we've got this little drop down. So now it's saying manage all users. So the whole vibe here, is that we give them everything in one place, you know? So people don't need to go downloading stuff and hanging about here, there and everywhere. We just give them everything. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's a good idea, you know. So let me look at this dashboard thing, and I'm going to do the unthinkable and simplify it to the high heavens. I haven't entirely decided what to chuck here yet, but right, before I completely declare this thing nailed, there's something else that I want to test, which is probably going to be stupid, but I have to know that I've tried it. And that is to just see what a sort of dev nav section looks like. So if I do that and say background colours navy, now why is that not showing up? Right, give me a wee second here. Gee. Okay, well that looks rubbish. Yeah, that could look good. That could work. Yep. That could work. Oh, good. input, Simon. Thanks, appreciate that. Now, I have to see if you just pull it, if you know what I mean, straight away, you get the I am an asshole badge. That YOLO thing, and it just stays there. So, get child module. Now, the return type is maybe a string, but not null. Interesting. Okay, cool. That's a news flash. I never knew that was how it went. So thanks for that. And very well researched. I had a wee look at your thing just earlier on this morning, and I tell you what, there was some of it that I never understood, like something about a reflection error. I'm going to have to Google that one at some point. But that should be us. I think we're good. I hope we are. Okay. Do you know, I have to, whatever the heck I'm going to do with this, I think I should tackle it with confidence. Do you know what I mean? So I was about to go and try and put links along the top here as a subnav and see how that worked out. But I think there's a lot to be said for just running with this. Just running with this. Now, if we're going to make these links useful, or make the admin panel useful from the get-go, this is the general idea, you know. So what we could do then is we could potentially take these things up here. Okay, I'm going to ask a wee question. Okay, thanks again, Simon. Should we make the internal message system part of the framework? So the idea with the internal message system, I'm sure you've seen it before, and I think it's on the module market. It might even be the most popular, or in terms of downloads at least. No, it's not on the module market. Okay. So I suppose the question is, should we make the messaging system a part of the framework? The internal messaging system, that is. Now, you wouldn't have to use it necessarily. Okay, I'm seeing a split verdict. If it's split, I'm not going to go with it. It would have to be resoundingly unanimous, you know. Okay. Right. So let's try something else. Alright, I'm seeing 2 no's and a yes, so that's fine. Yeah, we don't want to make WordPress here, you know. We don't want to just say, you know, force people to use things or whatever. The whole point of a framework is to leave it as a blank canvas so that people can do what they want, you know. But all of this is just about how can I put this? Basically, give me just a wee second here, will you? Aye, so as I was saying, I don't want to force people to use things, or I don't want to do anything uncool, you know. I can hear sounds coming from my computer. Am I imagining that? Maybe not. Anyway, I'm going to play a wee bit of music shortly, but first... Okay. What did I think of the dot blocks? Aye, they look great. They look really great, and I don't entirely understand them, if I'm being honest with you. In terms of, like, in life, there's certain moments when you suddenly realise that you've gone through life without figuring out stuff that everybody knows. And I've never really figured out the purpose of those dot blocks, you know. I know that's really stupid. I've probably been told, but I can't quite remember, you know. Yeah. But they look nice, that's for sure. And I had, when I say I haven't figured them out, what I mean by that is really in the most stupid level possible. There's no way I'm coming away from this conversation with any dignity, but basically I had never understood, why do they do the little stars the way that they do? Is there a significance to that? Things like that, you know? The basic stuff. That's the stuff that kind of confuses me sometimes, you know? That's right. Anyway. What can you do, eh? What can you do? Oh, Gear is here. How you doing, Gear? Let me ask you folks a little question, right? So see, when I went into this workplace, they've given me this super paranoid laptop. It's over here, and I cannot install anything on it. Well, I probably could, but you know, I'd be doing a trip to ChatGPT and no doubt breaking all sorts of rules. So for all intents and purposes, this laptop that they've given me is really, really paranoid. I cannot install anything. And what had happened is there's this kind of tech team, this IT tech team who wander around. Now, they're not developers. I don't even think they're programmers, but they drift around and do all of the stuff that I don't know about, like routers and things like that, you know, and presumably just making stuff work. And one of the guys from this IT team was in, and he said, "Are you okay?" or whatever. And I said, "Well, I wouldn't mind having Sublime Text on this laptop, because all I had was Notepad, you know, for doing notes. I says it'd be quite cool if I could get Sublime Text. And he looked at me as if I had just asked for permission to stab his granny, you know. It's like, what? What's that? I said, relax, it's, you know, it's just a text editor. What does it do? I told him. And it got to the stage where I had to look, like, show him online and look up top text editors, and I was like, there it is in a list, see, there it is. And eventually he said okay, and he installed the thing, right? But then the next day, a message came in that said the department have decided, or whatever, you're not allowed to install this until you've spoken to such and such, somebody who's off, you know. And I thought, well, that's fair enough. I don't want anybody to get into trouble. And so the same guy who installed the thing came back, like, you know, the next day and says, I have to uninstall it. So he takes the laptop, right clicks, uninstalls, whatever. And I was like, fine, and we chatted and we got along and everything was okay. So the question is, should I be offended at that, or should I be cool? Now, I'll give you the reasons for being offended, then I'll give you the reasons for being cool. The reasons for being offended are, like, this is a... Sublime Text is really, really well known. And do they not believe me? Do they not trust me? Do they not trust the web? And how patronising to come up and uninstall it for me, as if I don't need to, or as if rather I haven't figured out to uninstall an app, you know. It was all a little bit miserable, actually. And a part of me thinks maybe I should be offended by this. Maybe I should be, like, you know, all confrontational. But there's another part of me that says, you know what? The dude is probably paranoid about his job or something. Don't hold it against anyone. It's just the following regulation vibes. And maybe that's just the norm. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's just the norm. So, what do you reckon? Would you be offended by something like that? Or would you be cool? Would you just say, well, fair enough? What do you reckon? Well, I was using Notepad. I discovered that the laptop I've got, the laptop I've got lets me install Microsoft stuff, so I've switched to VS Code, and that seems okay. I mean, I'm not that bothered, actually. I'll use anything. Yeah, I've changed my position with regards to all of that type of stuff. I think it's a mugs game to be tethered to a particular programming language or something like that. Or not a language, an IDE. Well, even a programming language, now that I think of it. So I'm quite flexible and easy, but I was okay. We got along great, and I'm not in any way. I mean, if the guy's listening, hello you know. But it was just, it was kind of strange, you know. And I wasn't entirely sure I was kind of thinking, I wonder how you folks would have handled that. Would you have been totally cool? Probably. Maybe you'd have been cool. Well, anyway, I was cool. I was friendly. Yeah, VS Code's good. The only trouble with VS Code is that VS Code is like too good. Do you know what I mean? It's too damn good. At least that's how I see it. Tell me, folks, what would be a good icon for the code generator here on the top right? Little magic wand, maybe? Like that? Does that work? And then we could do one of those SM things. Maybe not. It's probably a perfectly fine and normal vibe, you know. Like I say, I shouldn't, and I'm not. I'm fine. I'm okay with it, you know. People have to do what they got to do. The smart move is to not worry about stuff like that. I think sometimes in life there's an old saying, you know, that those who have the smallest swords are the ones who wave them around the most, you know what I mean? Chef is here, ahoy to you, Chef. How you doing, Chef? I'm just faffing about with some stuff here. I think I said in my title something about let's kill the desktop app. I've changed my mind. I'm going to keep the desktop app. But I do think that this stuff here is worth doing. 100%. And yeah, man, let's do this. So what we're trying to do is bring a lot of the stuff, the cool stuff, to the front of this framework, you know. And I hope you like it. I think it's going to be great. All right. So that's all looking good. What do we reckon? Is that cool? So the general idea here, picking up what you said, my company's the same. Can't even install can't even install an update without a committee meeting. So I end up using my personal laptop for coding and the work for emails. Ah, there you go. Right. Gotcha. Aye. I suppose we shouldn't take that is exactly the vibe, you know. But I suppose we shouldn't take any of it personally. And why would we take any of it personally? Why would we, you know? Alright, so you have spoken in the poll. You have spoken. You do not think the internal messages should be a part of the framework. And I shall respect, as always, the result of the vote. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to be having more votes throughout the day. This is the place where you get to determine the future of web development. Can you believe it? That's right. So that's what happens here. Okay, I think this is looking really good, you know. I like it. I do like it. Right, help me out at least. Boost somebody's self-esteem here, but at the same time, give me Simon use his own laptops. Yep. Does this admin idea seem okay? So the idea with the admin stuff that I'm thinking is I've got a really beautiful content management system that I'm working on. I'm going to bring it over and you'll see it shortly. I'm loving it. and I'm going to make it a part of the framework. Now, if you've got another one, that's great. God bless you. But I want to kind of bring the admin together so that all of the links to the API Explorer and everything is in the one place. Do you know what I mean? And there's no reason why we can't do this. So that's what's happening here. But I hope this looks okay. If I'm completely going in the wrong direction, then let me know. Thank you, whomever that was. So tell me this, Simon, how would you have reacted to that? That's what I'm... And of course, Gear, anybody else, you know. How would you have reacted to that? You know? Anyway, I would have been cool. Aye, that's fair enough. You would have been cool. And you would have been unconditionally cool, right? You wouldn't have been cool as in I'm taking the money and going home, heads down, thumbs up. You'd have been authentically cool. Well, fair enough, that's what they got to do. I think that's what you're telling me. Unconditionally cool, right? As opposed to facade cool. Okay. Well, how about this admin panel? I'm feeling great about this. I'm really feeling great about this. This could be a launch in its own right, you know? Unconditionally cool. Right, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you. So we're going to be unconditionally cool. And Gear is cool with it as well. Okay. Pardon me. I swallowed some water there. In case you're wondering. Well, not swallowed it. I mean, I breathed it in. Excuse me. Oh, gee. All right. Right, okay, so I'm going to build up all of these things. Now, what shall I work on next? The pages, the module market, resources, that won't take long. The API Explorer, the code generator, or something else. I think users, I've got a whole lot of stuff here, eh? Right, I tell you what. This is all looking good. I'm liking this stuff. So I'll just do something like that. Yeah, my goal today was actually mostly to do some fixes and stuff like that. But I got a bit sidetracked. Right, I can hear Coco meowing. I'm gonna have to go and feed Coco. So would you give me a few minutes and I'll play you some sounds, and I will be right back. Okay, Coco, stay cool. All right, Coco.
Sorry, I didn't understand. But I found
okay, Google,
else.
stop.
Do you want to know what the hype...
Apologies. Alright. So yeah, I'm going to go and just nip out to the shop and get some cat food for Coco. I will be back in 2 gifs of a jiffy, okay? I'm going to play a wee bit of this. And hopefully we won't get into trouble. In fact, I should leave a link. Here we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Well. Hello, folks. I hope everybody's doing okay. We are back. And you are watching the home of the web development revolution with me and apparently not too many other people. But that's okay. Stefan popped by. I think he may have gone. Anyway, let's move on and we'll do some cool stuff. So, in case you're just joining us, I've decided that I'm going to integrate the desktop app with the dashboard, effectively meaning that you don't really need the desktop app, you know? Now, one of the things that I thought of just that minute was, how about if we do something like this? You see how I've got this button here? I wonder if it's possible to add another 2 buttons. Like that. And so that gives us this vibe, right? But then what we could do is something like the following. We could do a server icon here, and we could do a database icon here. Okay, so these 3 things are going to open up the buttons, you know? Now let's do something really cool. Check this out. You see this color right here? I'm going to take a little trip to colors on the web wizard. And now I'm going to chuck in that blue color. And I can see immediately that it's quite easy for us to get matching colors here. So maybe we could have, let's have a look here. Okay, you see this color? Okay, so I'm gonna say what will we call it? There's a new word. Alright, let's try this. Okay, now I'm going to open up the thing here. And we'll do this. And let's see if we can come up with some cool colors here. Okay. So I'm going to refresh this. Yeah, I kind of like that. Although, it would be better if that was here. No. No, that's not right. Now let me get my colours sorted here. Suppose we do yeah, I kinda like that. I kinda like that. I like that a whole lot actually. Now I do wonder though, I have to check what does it look like if let's just make absolute sure that we're cool. Oh, that's even better. That is even better. Definitely. Aye, that's better. So do you see this? What on earth is it? Right, this one is going to have a colour of that. Does that make sense, or does that look rubbish? Let me have a wee look at the available. Yeah, let me have a look at the available icons just to see. Okay. Fine. So I think I'll ask the room if anybody's in here. So let's ask, and thank you for voting on the vibe. So I'm going to respect whatever you folks say here. So what top, and I've just realised that you cannot see this. So I'll move myself from the camera so you can see them. Not too many people in, so your vote really counts. Alright, so I'll show you, there's the poll out, and I'll show you what we've got here, right? So over on the top right hand side, I haven't done the borders or anything, but you can hopefully get some idea of what I'm doing here, and I'm trying to give these top right buttons a little bit of colour. Now we could do that looks really good, doesn't it? So that's coloured buttons, do you know what I mean? So let's call that one coloured ones. Oh, I do like that one, I have to tell you. But the next one is if we go for kind of blue colours like that. Now we could flip them around, of course. You know. So let's call that blue tones or something like that. And I think I might need to flip them around actually. So I'd probably have maybe that one there, or maybe that one there, something like that. I don't know, but let's just say that that represents blue colours, you know, whatever. And then we've got other buttons that look a wee bit more colourful. Maybe like this. So here are the sort of coloured buttons coming up. You know what I mean? So, I mean, they all need a wee bit of work. They're not perfect, but if you can give me a rough idea what you think. That's right. It's the channel where you get to shape the future of web development. Nobody's voting, you know. That means that your vote has a massive amount of weight. Here's the blue colours again. Okay, if I don't have a vote in half a minute, I'll just make a decision myself. Okay, I am going to go and make a decision all by myself. You had your chance. You had your chance. Fair enough. So I'm going to go with the coloured one. That's just what I'm feeling here, you know. So that's going to go there. The database one. I just thought of something. Let's chuck the okay, so that's the API Explorer. Then we've got the database. Oh gee, somebody just voted blue tones and ruined the whole thing. Well, let's see. Well, I'm afraid you were a bit late. I think I like the coloured ones. So, I respect your vote, whomever you are. But I think on this occasion, you know, something blue is kinda good, innit? Jeez, you messed with my mind. You messed with my mind. Because blue is good. Right, let's have a think here. What if we went to help bar sponsors, news. Okay, give me a wee second here. It's always the simple stuff in it that lets you down. It doesn't go. The middle button is letting us down. So here's what we could do. Right. Here's what we're gonna do. It's all gonna be very mathematical here. Okay. I am going to give you 2 hexadecimal values, and I want you to calculate the value that falls between the two. Okay, here we go then. Look at this. Oh, that's not right at all. That is not right at all. Here we go again. Confident. I'm still not feeling it with that. I'm just not feeling it. Ah, jeez. 4862. That's a bit more like it. So here's what we could do. We could do that colour and that colour. That might work. Okay, that's it. I'm going with that. That's your whack. Alright, here we go then. Just no feeling it. It's the... It's the middle one that's letting it down, you know? It's this one here. So let's have a think about this. I think that's going to have to be it. For better or for worse, you know? I'm not into it. Doesn't make me feel good. Right, let's have one more try. Grey. Grey. That's the colour. Grey is the magic colour. Yeah, that's the one to do. That's it. It's grey. Because grey goes with everything, you know? And then okay, so this query builder, no query, but the API manager should be something like that. That is it. Alright. Well, I certainly spent a whole lot of time on that, eh? Right, gear is off. Thank you, gear. Take it easy. Aha, that's it. That's it right there. That's it. Right, got it. 100%. I have got it. Okay. Good. Let's flip these. Did you ever think that so much thought went into some buttons? I think that's it. Now, entirely out of curiosity, and only out of curiosity, I wonder what they look like as round buttons. Let me just try something. Padding. Left. 0. Coco, you're no coming in to annoy me. There is no circumstance where you're coming in and annoying me. Oh, give me a break. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I like that. I like those wee buttons, and I think I'll go with that. So now I'm going to do the hover effect. So the idea with this is that so we want to get a hover effect going on, you know? And I'm just going to make it a wee bit darker when we hover. It's nothing too scientific, you know, nothing too scientific. So that's now looking pretty good. Maybe we should go the other way with this one and make it go white. Nah, probably not. Pardon me. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So you could do that. Feels like it should be going brighter. I know. What we could do is... I know exactly what we can do. Okay. Ouch. Oh, Coco, have you nothing better to do than moan? Give me a... What you saying? What you saying, you wee munchkin? Don't you realise? There's things going on. Tectonic plates are shifting. How spoiled are you? Eh? Okay, so that's the colour. That is the colour. Okay, that is the colour. So we'll go like this. Take this thing out. Aye, that's... I'm going to just run with that. I can't spend too much more time on this, you know. Right, I'll work it out later. But in the meantime, let's code. Okay, so I need a kind of green colour that goes with this. That's it. That's it. Alright, so let's make it so that the font size is in pixels. Take these out. I'm kicking you out, Coco. You just won't stop the day. Right, I'll just probably have to go with that. Alright. Coco. Jeez, man, I just can't get these buttons right. Anyway, let's not worry about it. Alright, here we go. So, time to start coding. I spent enough time faffing about with that. Okay. So the options for this are going to be create new user, manage users, and then that's it. That's perfect. Alright, so let's get going with this. So, we're going to have a beautiful CRM, and we're going to have a user management system, a module market, and of course links that take us to the other site. So, the first thing I think I'm going to work on is going to be the most difficult of all, which is the desktop app. I'm going to try and get it working here. So let's go to the top button here. And on this magic thing, let me just down the volume here a bit. Alright, so on this little old magic button here, if you can, am I on? I think I am. Right, okay. So on this little beauty, I'm going to say on click equals, and it's going to be called open desktop app. It's not really the desktop app, but I'm going to call it that, right? Now, let's just add some JavaScript, right? Maybe even on the bottom of this. We'll figure out where it's going to get stored later on. But for now, we'll just have it here. Alright. So when you click this, it's going to open up a virtual desktop app. Now here's where it gets kind of cool. If we open the actual desktop app here, and I'm going to take a screenshot of it. And then the trick is to get the dimensions. Now, maybe this is a bit stupid. But why not, right? I don't believe that's 302. No, don't believe it. I don't believe it. So let's try something else then. Let's just say dot modal. Then I'll say dot modal body, little bit of lorem, and then I'll say ID equals desktop app, desktop hyphen app, right? So we'll say const, no, open modal, that one. Computer, set alarm for 30 minutes. Alright, I'm just going to leave Coco outside. Don't know what's up with her, she's meowing away. It must be because I've been at that job, you know. Okay, so all is well. All is well. So let's get this desktop app working, but from this thing. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll get the colors. Okay, so there's one color. And in fact, I'm feeling a little bit crazy. So let's just say source is base URL. Oh, maybe I should call it code generator instead of that. Okay, so I'll head into this public JS folder, code generator.js. Then we're going to have code generator.css. Alright. So when we click on that little beauty, it opens up something. It opens up this thing with an ID of desktop app. So if I go like that, and I'll just say background colors red, say, you miserable thing. Well, we know why that was actually. It was because we have to link to the style sheet. So we go like this, base URL, CSS, code generator.css. There you go. So now we're going to get the real colors in. And I'm going to do this as fast as I can. First we get our background color. Okay, which looks a bit like that. Now, within the desktop app, as we're calling it, there's a thing by the name of modal body. Now what I think I'm going to do is something like this. I'm going to say desktop app, modal body, and I'll just give it a crazy old colour, which does that. Now let's just assume that the modal body or is it the desktop app? Oh geez, hold on. Well, we'll get the colours right. That'd be a good start. So the modal body is going to be this colour here. I'm going to keep this colour. I like the look of it, you know. I like the retro look. It makes me feel funny and it makes me smile, you know. Well, I don't know what makes me feel funny means, but you know what I'm saying. It's a little bit of fun. Doesn't do no harm. Right, okay, so if we do that, then we could say padding 24 pixels maybe. So I'm trying to that's exactly what we're trying to do. How you like me now? Now, so that I don't have to keep on pressing this damn thing every time the page goes, I'm going to just do a little bit of JavaScript here on our desktop, whatever it was called, codegenerator.js. So I'll just say open desktop app. Okay, so maybe I need to say window, add event listener, load. So when the page loads, then and only then we open the thing up. There you go. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is get the fonts for that desktop app. Now once again, we can take a trip to Photopia. And in actual fact, actual fact, the font color is the same color as the desktop app background, which gives us that. Okay, next thing I'll do is I'll have a little minimum height of 460, which gives us that. Pretty cool. Next I want to get the actual font sorted out. So to do that, did you know that the desktop app is actually just a page that gets read from the Trongate website? So this is our desktop app here. So if we go to desktop app API, oh you miserable thing. I think we need to say /home. There it is. So there's our page, right? Now that is what happens when you open the desktop app, by the way. It literally just opens up a page on another website. It's true. So I'm going to copy that and do something like that. Alright, that's excellent. It's really great. Okay. And you can kind of see what's happening here, right? Do you ever get the feeling that things are not going according to plan? Alright, let's try again. Generator.css. Okay. Now I'll do Yeah, I'll do a wee miniature delay here just because it makes me feel good, you know. Alright. Good. So let's get this thing happening then. So where the heck is it getting that font face from? I'm imagining this has no effect, but alright. So let's just say we'll be a wee bit more refined. This is the modal body it's referring to here, and alright, cool. So then we're going to say that the color is this color here. It's meant to look like a Commodore 64 in case you're wondering. Right, so that's pretty cool. So the next thing. Oh, this is called frame. Interesting. Maybe I should call it that. Is it an ID? It is an ID. Right, I'm calling it frame. So where's my... Okay. So we'll call it Desktop App Frame, which means that we've lost a lot of stuff there. But if we then just go like this, there it is. Right. Oh, it's a disaster, innit? Do you know what? Sometimes in life, you have to admit when you're on the wrong track. Alright, I'll just do each of the bits and pieces then.
Yeah.
Okay, now alright, that's cool. So let's now see if we can do something to make this start working. We'll have a little text align of center. That's good. Now, if you look at the real one, it's considerably bigger than that, you know? So let's do likewise here. I'll just say minimum width is, let's try 800. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, well I can get that stuff later on, I suppose. Now let me sort out this. I think it's padding, so I would say 4824. Alright, let's go with, so top, that, then maybe 36. Then that. Okay, how's that doing? It's not too bad. I think if I go to like 820, it will be perfect. Now as we bring this up, okay, that's cool. I can live with that. Alright. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Right, so now I'm going to try and introduce elements from this original style sheet here, you know. It's not really a very complicated style sheet. So this shouldn't be too difficult. I'll just bring that delay down a wee bit. Okay. Good. So that's just giving it some height and all of that stuff, you know. No big deal. And it should be okay. Yep. Maybe we can change this actually. Maybe we can. Yeah, that's a bit better. Alright, so the next thing that we've got on our list is this here. Okay, now we're going to do these wee list items next. Oh yeah, that's great. Pretty good. So if we look at our original one, it's not a million miles from it. So that's the original. That's the new. It's pretty cool. I think that this part see how we've got this margin top 12 VH. I'd like to bring that higher up, you know. So maybe we could do that. Maybe something like that. See if we can just get it higher, you know. And I don't know if we can. Alright, but it's not a major problem because I reckon a little bit of font size shenanigans here might be a good idea. Yeah, that's good. I like that. And in fact, with that now looking decent, can bring it in a wee bit. Yeah, I think that's good. 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 Now, when you think about it, our menu is actually not going to be that one. It's going to be damn. Right, so that's not our home page. Our home page is that one, right? So that's what we get. Create new module, create module relation, and all of that stuff. Now I can see Open Query Builder got a mention there. Open Query Builder is kind of a unique phrase. So I'm going to open up the site. I'm going to search for Open Query Builder. Now I'm looking at Modify App menu, which looks about right. So let me look at Modify App menu. Okay, so all right. Let's just bring that up, shall we? It's this one here. So if we head on back, okay. Okay, so that's our options. Okay, Google, stop.
Got it. Stopping bedroom speaker.
Oh, geez, I never meant that. Pardon me if I'm messing with your gear. Computer, stop. I've got different things on here. That's really good. And then we don't need to say hide and quit. We can just say reset and quit, you know. And that would be pretty cool. That means we've got something that looks the part. And I think we can completely and totally work with this. So if I just do something like that. Ha ha ha. It's good, isn't it? It's really good. I'm loving it. I am 100% loving it. So the idea is then that when you hit quit, that is going to close this app basically, which is what it is, you know. So you can see that it says init quit Trongate, and I'm okay with that, you know. So let's just go function init quit Trongate, and all it's going to do for the moment is just close the module. And what's the name of the module? It is Desktop App. So now you'll see I can quit, and then I can reopen, and then quit all day long. How cool is that? I think the answer you're looking for is it's remarkably cool. So now I'm going to CD into the new admin thing. I'll do a little git init because I'm happy with that. Then I'm going to say git commit building desktop app, something like that, you know. Do I need to say git add all? Then git commit building, call it virtual desktop app, doesn't matter. Alright, give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. So things are looking up here, don't you think? Don't you think? I think this is going to be a far better system, actually. So the next thing that I have to do to bring this to life is connect this to the actual Trongate website. And how on earth do we do that? Well, let's have a think here. Could do something like that, or you know what is a better idea? A little kind of please wait thing, you know? All right. Okay, so what we'll do then is when we open it up, let's make it so that this just says, please wait. And it's going to blink, you know? Like that. Now I wonder if we could get a little spinner in here. Don't know if that's working. We'll take that out. It was a reasonable idea, but never quite worked. Yeah, I think that's cool. So it's opening up and it's going to establish that we've got an internet connection, and that'll be that, you know. Thanks for voting on the thing, by the way. You liked blue tones, and I've been a wee bit all over the place, but anyway. Okay, so when the page loads, we can hit that. It's going to load this up, right? Now, I'm going to have to find the original Trongate Desktop App. I don't even know if it's on this computer. That's it there. And I don't even know if I've got Node on this thing, you know. Because I'm going to need Node. Alright, so I've got 2 instances of this thing working. And I'm going to head on into Documents, Dev. So here it is. This is the Trongate Desktop App. Now, the original idea was to open source this. But I'm not going to bother. I think I'll just basically just get rid of it, you know. Cannot read properties of undefined get path. Damn. How is it you... Is it npmi? I can't remember how you do this. Okay, it's been a long time since I've used Node, so I'm going to have to talk to the employee of the month. What is the command that you enter when you're building a Node.js app? Okay. Okay, I'm running a Node.js app with Node. Oh. Right, it looks like I've not got Electron on this computer. Maybe I have. Okay. So when I run npm That's brilliant. This is so good, isn't it? It's like, I don't know, man. It's just so good. So here we go. We're uninstalling Electron globally. And then okay. After submitting, in my I received the following error message. Alright. So we're going to say npm audit. It's so heavy, isn't it? All of this stuff. So let's try npm audit fix. This is why I'm not into third-party libraries, you know. Just not into them. Right, employee of the month. Do you know, is it not electron dot? Or is it node start? Okay. Pardon me. Oh, there it is. Okay, little bit of a shaky start, but it got there in the end. Okay. So right, before I do this, is it possible to cool. Alright, so let's see if we can figure this thing out. So we ran choose existing app location from framework manager. So that would be this thing here. And then with that selected directory, we ran is valid Trongate app. So what that does is it goes to framework manager, is valid Trongate app, and it looks at some folders to just make sure that this is a valid Trongate app. It makes sure that we've got them, and then it runs version manager init check for mismatch. So on version manager we get init check for mismatch. So what are we doing here? It looks like it's checking the license. It gets the local framework version. It gets the current version. And it checks for a version mismatch and all of that stuff. Okay, so that's our first kind of opening salvo then. We are going to check. We're going to basically have to init check for mismatch. So I'm going to have to rewrite this in a sort of PHP JavaScript friendly way. So let's do that now. We'll head up here. So if we head back here, hit on this, you see that's opened up, right? Okay. Right. Okay, so we do that, and then we do a short delay, and then we run init check for mismatch. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is that opens, and as soon as that opens, we check for a version mismatch, you know. Basically, we're just checking to see if the framework needs to be updated or not. So the first thing we're going to do is get the version of this app, right? So how do we do that? Well, you can see that we've got this license file path here. So if we say const license file path is, now I just want to check something out here. See if I say const app path is, and I'm going to just go like this. I'm going to chuck in that app path here. Fingers crossed. Okay, that most certainly did not work. So let's go to this bootstrappy thing again. Alright, let's try that. So now you can see that we do have the app path. So we're going to say that the license file path is app path now let's just let's have establish license file path. So what this is going to do okay, I have a PHP script that establishes an application path. This then gets passed into a web page and turned into an app path variable with JavaScript. an example of an app path is that. Now I would like to make a PHP function called if alright, so let's copy that. Okay, so it's establish license file path. It's done it. Damn. Alright, there we go. Alright, so perfect. Okay, so this is going to use JavaScript, and it's going to Yeah, it's going to make a call to this Trongate dashboard thing. I'm just going to say get current vnum. So if we go to something like that, do you know what? I just realised that I don't even need to do that, because what I could do is just say license path. Oh, jeez. I had it actually. Okay, so let's just go like this. App path. And let's just echo this thing. Alright. So now I'm going to say file contents is file get contents license thing. And I'll echo the file contents with a die statement, which gives us that. Okay. Okay. Okay, the following is some code that is being read from a license file within I feel like I'm becoming dependent on this thing, do you know that? Okay. So there's our license, right? So what I'm going to do now is let's can you modify this code so that it gracefully ouch. I'm gonna have to pay for this darn thing. That's great. Brilliant, right? So if we go back to the thing, alright, so what we did there is a whole load of garbage actually. We don't need this stuff. We don't need it. But what we can do is when we run a init check for mismatch, let me just console.log the base URL. Seems like a reasonable start, you know? Alright, so we don't have a base URL, therefore alright. So we're going to say const target URL is base URL, and then we're going to add on these little beauties here. Okay, so the way that we do this is we say const http is new XML HTTP request, HTTP set request header, content type. We don't even really need this. I can't remember how to do this. Ah, that's it. So we open a GET request to the target URL. Then we send our request. Then we say onload. Now I'm going to just console.log http status, and then I'm going to console.log http response text. Bottom left. All right. Okay, now let me go back here. If everything is cool, I'll do an HTTP response code of 200. I don't need to do it, but it makes me feel good. Now, if yeah, let's deal with errors. So what I'm going to say is if http.status does not equal 200, then we'll just say handle error, and we'll chuck in the response text, but we'll also chuck in the status. Otherwise, everything is fine. Alright, now let's just assume that 200's an error. I know that it's not, but okay. So here you can see that it says error vibe, right? So what we do with that is we're going to say const app headline is okay, so I'm going to say app headline dot class list remove blink. Did you see how it removed? Then I'm going to say app headline inner text is error. Then I'll let's say const error info is document create element p, then okay. So I'm gonna say error info inner text equals okay, so we've now got that. Then I'm just gonna say app stage append child, and we're gonna append child of error info. Oh, well, that's interesting. So hold on. There we go. Let's just see how that's looking. Right, and it went a wee bit higher there, and that's uncool, right? So let's just look at the height that we've got this thing sitting at. Doesn't have to be perfect, any of this stuff, you know. 461. 461. Is it 461? Plus 20. So let's call it 481. Hold on. I'm an idiot. Why is this not playing ball? Ah, maybe I shouldn't have a minimum height. Well, let's do an absolute height. Damn it. Now, why? It's almost as if do you know what it is? It's because the paragraph has a margin on it. That's it. That is it. Okay, cool. So if we say instead padding top 1M should behave, that's it. Okay, cool. Now there's going to be an error message or something here, something to do with error, and you can see right here we've got this. So I'm going to copy that and then take it over here, and I'll just chuck in this little desktop app thing. So the idea here is that when we get our error, we're going to say error info dot class list add error. So now you get that. All right. Let's have a text align of center. Okay. Okay, so when that error happens, we're not going to say some kind of error. We are going to say something like that. And I'm going to call it fatal error, let's call it. Okay, so if there's an error, like a legitimate error, let's say for example that then that's how it goes, you know. Alright, so that's us now gracefully dealing with error messages, and 3 cheers for us. We are building the desktop app. Now in instances where we get an error here, where we're checking for mismatch, what we're going to do next is okay, so maybe I'll just say let current framework version, keep it as an empty string, and then when we get our framework version we go like that, and we say there's HTTP response text, and then what we can do is we can say make sure using latest version, and we'll pass in our current framework version. Actually we don't even need to because it's a global variable, so we'll just go like this. So it's the same type of vibe here. So I'm going to just say Okay, that's good. So now the question is, well, how do we get the latest framework version? How do we get that, you know? Well, turns out damn. Can't find it. Get. Okay, so that. It's that URL. Okay, that's the URL. All right. Now see how that says current framework version? It should actually say local framework version. Okay. Okay, so let's just console.log. Current framework version is blocked by cause. Damn it. But we have a workaround, right? We do have a workaround. And here is the workaround. Alright, we'll go to the employee of the month. Can you give me a PHP function that reads the body from the following URL? Now this is going to use curl, I think, and curl is, oh, maybe not. I was about to say curl is good at okay, let's try this. Ah, good. So that actually works. That's really cool. So if these things match, then we do an HTTP response code of 200. And that's fine. Maybe we can echo the version. Otherwise, we'll say HTTP response code 422, which means unprocessable entry. Now, let me kind of do a deliberate mistake. Okay, what we could maybe do is I'm going to call the employee of the month. I am writing some PHP code to check in the local framework version matches the current version. If there is a mismatch, however, so to check if you've got a valid version number, oh, here we go. Ahaha. That's excellent. Okay, so let's go back to our code here. I'm waiting on it to say get lost. You're so lazy, you know. That's really cool, isn't it? ChatGPT is just amazing. You have to wonder where this is all leading, you know? Do you know what I mean? Okay, so in the instances where the user can upgrade, we're going to say data your version, or let's call it local version. And let's just echo JSON encode data. So if we head here, there we go. So now I'm going to do a little mismatch. So let's just imagine that the version is something like that. So that's what we get, right? Now, let me show you how that's going to play out for us. First thing we'll do, we'll call this check framework version, right? And I'm gonna echo env dev. So I'm going to say if string to lower env does not equal dev, then we do that. Okay. So the idea here is if we had a duff version of the framework with a fault or something, you don't want people to be able to look up websites and see what version they're on easily. You really don't want to do that, you know. So we're just chucking a little bit of stuff in the way of that. And then now we're going to go to our code, which is okay, we don't need that. So this is going to give us that same thing, like that. Now, so this would be an upgrade invite. Oh, that's right, I was in JavaScript. I don't see what was wrong with the console.log, but maybe that's for another day. So you can see that this is saying upgrade invite. Okay, so const no, Local framework version. Well, how about, hold on. Const response text is JSON.parse. So that would be response text dot all right. Okay, that's cool. So we're then going to say, let's run upgrade invite. So they're going to get something like that. Okay, now figure out how the upgrade invite works later on. But when you open it up, okay, cool. Now I'm going to get this reset feature working. At the moment, I don't think it does anything. I can see that we have got a thing that says reset. So let's see if we can bring that one to life. That would be quite a good one to get back, you know. So I'm going to just search for n reset. Okay, so it looks like it's here. Alright, now that's looking for a thing by the name of hide footer. Alright, document, query selector. That. Now this is going to be inside desktop app. And then we empty the thing. So when we hit reset, it should empty the footer, but nothing more. Which it does. Then okay, I see it makes the body go black, if you know what I mean. So if we think about okay, so this time when we hit reset, it's going to remove the footer and it's going to make the background go black like that. Okay. So the next thing we've got is a thing that says blink text with this message here. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go again. Alright, so probably what we want to do is alright, so okay, so let's clear our empty element. Okay. Info para. Class list. Add. And my app's crashed. I knew it was too darn good for this thing. For some reason that's saying blink underscore me, and I don't like it. There we go. All right. So this is good. This is progress, you know. It's happening. Now this is the reset process that we're getting here. So the next thing that we do is we call upon a thing by the name of draw home. Now we don't have draw home yet, so I'm going to just make draw home. But we can, I suppose, we could probably base it on this. The things we do for web development. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to at some point add something to this so that it doesn't check the darn framework number over and over and over. So when we hit reset, it does that. Now let me do that again. So it says resetting, then it says please wait. Now it's running a thing called remove local storage. I don't really know what that's doing. But what I'm seeing now is okay, so that's the background color, and that is the ordinary color. So we bring those back. And we should see that happening here. So as it opens up, we're going to reset. It goes black, then it goes normal. And then okay, cool. So we have a thing that I think is going to be useful called clear stage, and all that does is it empties the stage. So that means that we get that vibe. As you can see. So now it's going to be draw home. Okay, so alright, give me a wee second. Hello? I am doing okay, how are you? Aye, 100%, that sounds good to me. How about the usual place? Sound okay? Great, okay then. Well, how about if I meet you there in half an hour? Would that be okay? Great, okay, well thanks very much then, and I'll see you then, okay? Okay, cheerio, bye. Alright, you know, normally I have lunches a wee bit later and everything like that, and I don't really like leaving you like that, you know? But I have to tell you, man, I kind of injured my finger there. I've been doing a lot of work lately, and sometimes, especially when you have big old macho keyboards, well, sometimes you damage your finger, you know, it's just the way it goes. Unfortunately. So I am going to have to vanish for a while. I'm loving ChatGPT. Can you give me a JavaScript function that produces the following HTML? No. Okay, and I've just realised something. Anyway, we'll come on to what I've just realised in a wee minute. But first, alright, so it's saying app stage is not defined, which is a bit of a downer. Try again. Hey, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. And then we're not quite finished yet though, because this is all part of Draw Home, you know. So the vibe is once we've finished doing all of that, we're going to run display footer. Now, what does display footer do? Here's your answer. I'm going to have a wee look at hide footer. Aye, so that empties it. So here's display footer. That is so cool. And you know what? Maybe we can keep the hide option in here. So that's the reset button working. And what I've realised now is we can lose one of these buttons up here. I think we can, because we've got our query builder link, you know, and I like the query builder link. It's in here, it's fine. So let's go up here and we'll head and after all that fuss, that's good. That's really good. Okay, so that's that. We reset. Everything beautiful. Everything beautiful. Now the margin is not quite where I want it to be. And in case you're wondering what this is I'm actually doing here, it's basically just I want to move the desktop app. I want to retire the desktop app basically and just have it built into the framework, you know, so that way you don't have to, well, you don't have to do anything. I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving that. That's really good. Okay, so when we choose the API Explorer, I could probably get that working as well. Yeah, I could probably get that working if I wanted to as well. But I'll stick with this because this is kind of tricky, you know. So let's look at the open desktop app thing, and I'm just going to comment that out and I'm going to just say reset. So that means that when we open that, or rather when we quit, but then when we open, maybe not. Okay. You know what? Instead of reset, I'll just do draw home. It's probably just as good. Maybe not. Alright, reset it is. At least for now. It's the way to go, innit? It's the way to go. Instead of asking people to download stuff, we just give them this. Which is really great, I think. Now the query builder's something in it, like how the heck does that work? How the heck does that one work? Well, let's see how the real one works. So if we modify existing app and then open query builder. Right, so it's a huge window, it takes up the whole screen. That's a little bit heavy. Okay, I'm going to do the API Explorer thing and then that'll do for this live stream. Or maybe not, because I've got a few things to fix. Maybe it won't do, maybe I'll hang about. Why not? Why not? Okay, so I'm going to say on click equals open API Explorer. All right. Okay, so I'm going to just say open modal. So you'll see the screen goes kind of dark when I click this. Okay, and I'll say API Explorer modal. Now this is an entirely different vibe. I'll just say okay, so let's see if we can figure this one out. Okay. 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 So let's just say text center. Okay. Alright, so we'll go like this. Text center. We'll imagine some kind of drop down. Okay, so you do that. Damn. Ah, jeez. Trongate API Explorer can help you to quickly build and test your own custom API endpoints to get started. Okay. Let's have Nah, stop waffling, stop waffling. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll choose a module. And then off we go. That's it. That's it. That's how it's gonna go. And it's gonna be beautiful. So, yeah, that's it. So they do that, they hit submit. That's going to take them straight to the API Explorer. If they want to close this, something like that. Something like that. Let's take out these stupid links. And instead of hitting submit, we'll just hit go. And on the cancel thing, my last little thing is I'm going to just say on click. And it's as easy as that. It's the coolest framework ever. Okay, there it is. I really think that this is the way to go, you know. Yeah, I feel quite good about this. And I'm going to just keep it all moving, do you know what I mean? Keep it all moving. Alright, folks, I am going to get out of here. Thank you. I've just noticed a few people around and I appreciate you being here. I hope you'll forgive me if I wander off for a wee while, but I will almost certainly be back later on. If anybody spots any flaws, let me know. I've only been here 6.5 hours, so we're just getting warmed up. Stay cool, folks, and I'll see you very soon, okay? Thank you very much indeed.